First time in Azerbaijan World Championship in Para-Judo. Judoists from more than 40 countries will test their power at Heydar Aliyev Sports and Concert Complex on the 8th-10th of November. The road to Paris goes through Baku. 2022 IBSA Judo World Championship Baku. Triumph of the Spirit.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second and last individual day of competition here at the World Judo IBSA Championships in Baku. It's the last day, as I told you, of the individual competition, and today we have 4 more weight categories to bring to you. We have the under 70 and over 70 kilogram category for women, and the under 90 and over 90 kilogram category for the men. Yesterday was a really great day. 4 nations divided the gold medals. They all picked up 2 gold medals. It was Kazakhstan, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Turkey and Ukraine. They were all able to catch 2 gold medals. And it was Ukraine yesterday that ended up on the top of the medal podium. I will tell you a little bit about the highlights of yesterday later, but let's us also take a look at the number 1 seeds today. So we have in the under 90 kilogram category for J1, we have Arthur Cavalcante da Silva. And the over 90 kilogram in this category, we have Williams Araújo of Brazil. Both are from Brazil. Then in the J2 of the under 90 kilogram category, we have Helios Lachumania of France. In the J2 of over 90 kilogram, we have Ibrahim Bolukbasi of Turkey. And then we have for the women categories of the under 70 kilogram J1, we have Brenda Souza de Freitas of Brazil. Of the over 70 kilogram category for J1, we have Nazan Akingunes of Turkey. Then under 70 kilogram for J2, we have Ana Maldonado of Brazil, and she's the current Paralympic and World Champion, so that will be an interesting battle here today for her. And then we have the J2 of over 70 kilogram, where Rebecca Silva of Brazil is leading this sheet. So I think we have a lot of people from Brazil, Turkey. We have some favorites here today. Yesterday we saw that the favorites did not always make it, so it should be a really good championships. We have a lot of athletes here today. We have 241 athletes in total this weekend competing, and which are 157 men and 84 women, and they are from 41 nations. And I think we're about to get underway with the contest. I think we're going to start at mat number 3 for a really nice contest between Yasin Simsiler of Turkey in white judo gi and Cyril Jonard of France in blue. So I was quite impressed with Simsiler in the last European Championships. So I'm really curious to see how we will do today. I don't think he's one of the top favorites for a medal here today, but he could be an outsider because he has quite good throws. But we also have another Turk in here, Turkish, from Biser Gogan. He's really doing well in the circuit as well. So in this category, Arthur Cavalcante da Silva is the number 1 seed. And I think he has some really good competition here with Oleg Kretsu. He's one of the most experienced athletes, and he didn't have all the best results in the last couple of years, but he became a European champion just 2 months ago. So I really have high hopes for him today. And then we have, I think, even the more experienced Antonio Tenorio da Silva of Brazil. And it's always nice to see him fight here, and let's see how he can do. Now we can see that is really clearly a highlight. Beautiful left-sided Uchimata. So today the competition takes place on 3 mats like yesterday, and of course you can listen to the Commentated channel here. I will just switch between the mats, but if you want to watch a particular match you can always do that by clicking on the YouTube channel. So Yassin Chimchiler picks up his first penalty here. So also Turkey is doing really well in this World Championships with 2 gold medals and 2 silver medals. And of course Chile himself wants to add to that collection, but it's gonna be a tough road for him, since he first has to beat Jonard and then he will face the number 1 seed Cavalcante. So mat number 1, it's some fast ippons there of first Hidayat Sevinci, and now we're gonna watch the one of Lasha Kizilashvili, right-sided Uchimata. So it's a really good start for Kizilashvili, but he also has a really tough draw. I think Pool A is really a tough pool with Lachumani and the number 1 seed in there. Nazarenko, I think he's current world champion of 4 years ago. And we have, of course, Kizilashvili winning his first contest here. So I'm really curious to see who ends up on top there. And here it's Jonard doing a really good job against Chimchiler. So Chimchiler was a bit of an outsider, but unfortunately for him things are starting to look quite tricky here. And he's gonna lose his first contest against Cyril Jonard of France. And talking about another outsider, Yuri Marchenko of Ukraine is leading his contest on mat number 2 now against Howard Wilson. I think he popped up in the European Championships 2 months ago, and I was quite impressed with his fighting. If he needs to win this one, he will have a tough contest against Ion Bashok. But first he would, of course, need to win this one. We will stay on this mat to see a really good next fight as well. So again, a nice ippon on mat number 1 of Cannizzaro. Right-sided hip throw, really nice, well done from Cannizzaro. He's also, I think, one of the outsiders for a medal today. He's improving each competition, and yeah, I think it's just a really tough pool, the under 90 kilogram for J2 athletes. It's 21 judoka in there, and he will face Smagululi of Kazakhstan in the next round, so also quite a tough battle for him. But there's just so many good people in here. Sambota Amasol of Kazakhstan is the number 2 seed. We have Dimitro Solove. He is collected a lot of medals, I think in the 73 and 81. Now he's competing in the under 90. And I'm really excited to see the comeback of Sibiat Kogochuri of Georgia, the former Paralympic champion. So here on the mat, it's Oleg Kretsu of Moldova in white judogi, and he is facing Oskar Widegren of Sweden. And it's gonna be all over for Widegren here. Really nice ippon score by Kretsu. Look at that, that was really beautiful. Beautifully done. So unfortunate for Oskar Widegren. He always shows a lot of passion in his contest, but unfortunately for him it was only 25 seconds here. He does, however, still have a chance for a rapid charge if Kretsu continues to go through to the semi-finals here today. So on the mat here are Abderrahmane Chetouan of Algeria, and he is facing Batruyak Batouks of Mongolia. So a first penalty on the board here for Chetouan.
The everyone, the winner in white judo from the Republic of Korea, Lee Jun-min. Next contest on the W1. First round, Jenny Ju, men's at 90 kilogram category. In white judo, representing the United States of America. Benjamin Ulrich. In blue judo, representing Uzbekistan, Sharif Khalilov.
was really trying everything to come up with some good attacks. And I wouldn't be too surprised if the referee would at some point penalize Batkowiak for passivity. So it's not a passivity Shido, but in this case it's for an overly defensive posture for Batkowiak. And nevertheless, it's the second Shido on the board. I think that shows what the balance is in this contest. It's 2 Shidos each with 1 minute left on the clock. And it's another nice right-sided Seonage. This time he does come to a score, Shituan. Really nicely done. And now trying to hold down Batkowiak. Again, just lacking a little bit of control in the end. It was so close to a hold down there. But with 31 seconds on the clock, things are starting to look good for Shituan. Just cannot afford a mistake, of course, with the 2 Shidos on the board. So I'm just hoping that he keeps attacking and doesn't stop and starts to be defensive. So it's exactly what is happening actually. The thing is I was a little bit afraid of. So Shituan just stretching out his arms and starting to look quite defensive. And you can do that for a few seconds, but not for 30 seconds. So yeah, it would be a shame if he would lose out the contest like this.
Next contest, this is quarter-final. J1, women's under 70 kg category. E1 Judo representing Brazil. Brenda Souza Freitas. E-Blue Judo from Mongolia. High jump Turuna.
So, but Kuyak is almost throwing over Shituan here. And it's quite unfortunate because now Shituan will just try to work in Newaza. Ooh, that is dangerous. Almost, Batukuya could almost hold down Shituan. So that was really close to hold down there. It's frustrating for Batukuya. He did a good job here, but...
This contest, first round, J2 men's over 90 kg category. E1 Judo representing Kazakhstan.
So let's try to switch to mat number 1. See, thanks Philip. Let's start to watch the quarterfinals of the under 70 kg category for J1 athletes. And it's a category with 8 athletes, so it's not the biggest category. But here you see Sousa de Freitas just throwing over Lekai Jav of Mongolia. That was really nicely done, and she shows why she's the number 1 seed. She is the number 1 seed, by the way, but we have also Nicolina Bernheim in here, who beat Sousa de Freitas in the last time they encountered each other. So I think this category has 2 top favorites here for the title. It's Sousa de Freitas of Brazil, who just beat her opponent, and it's Nicolina Bernheim, who just recently returned to the scene and winning all of her contests. I think she won the last 2 tournaments she did, and that's the only thing she did. Here Sousa de Freitas just has the Wasari on the board, so it wasn't a Nippon, and we're gonna see a little bit more. Now almost taken over by Lekayev. So quite nicely done by Lekayev here. So you can see that Lekayev really wants to take Sousa backwards, and she is succeeding here. I think that could be a Wasari score here, but now she is holding down Sousa de Freitas. It's just she needs to put her on her back a little bit more, and now she is in a hold down, and that will be one of the biggest upsets of today, just in the opening of this weight category. So it's really unfortunate for Sousa de Freitas, throwing over an opponent in the first few seconds, but now ending up in a hold down. So it's Lekayev who just beat Sousa de Freitas. The number 1 seed is out here, and she will qualify for the semi-finals here. So disappointment all over for Freitas, and she will have a chance for a bronze medal still if she can manage to win her next 2 contests. So we might just take a look at mat number 2 to see what's going on in the plus 100 category for J2 athletes, a category with 3 Paralympic champions in there. So here on the mat in white judogi is Talgat Asgaliev of Kazakhstan, and he is facing Revas Chikoidze of Georgia. So Chikoidze also a really strong athlete. But I think he's struggling a little bit with the size of Asgaliev. Asgaliev is, I think, a few kilos heavier than Chikoidze. it's kind of a tough draw for Chikowitz with this first contest, but then he might face Paralympic champion Kiro Lazade, and he knows him quite well because he was in the Paralympic final with him. But I don't think this contest is an easy one. It's not easy to throw Asgaliev here. And let's see, I'm not sure if that was enough for a Rosari score, but he came close to that. So here we're gonna see a replay, but I think we're in the wrong angle to really see. It from this side it looks quite good and it looks enough for a Rosari score, but yeah, the referee is gonna give that to Chikowitz, and that's a really good timing for him. Just 40 seconds left on the clock, and he doesn't have any Shidos yet. So it's a good attack from Asgaliev. It just is losing the Kumikata on the way down, so no real threat to Chikowitz. So Chikowitz is quite comfortable here. He doesn't really need to do anything anymore. He can still pick up 2 Shidos. Asgaliev is the one that really needs to start doing something. He's trying here, but no success for Asgaliev. So it's all over for Asgaliev here. He needs to wait if he still has a chance of a rubber charge.
Next contest on the dummy 2, J2, first round, men over 90 kilograms. In white judogi from India, Monu. In blue judogi from Islamic Republic of Iran, Mohammad Reza Khayolahzadeh. The winner on the dummy 1 in white representing Italy.
So on the mat now in white judogi is Monu from India. And in blue judogi we're gonna see Mohammad Reza Kirolazadeh of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's Monu here in white judogi and Kirolazadeh in blue. And it's really, I think it's a tough one for Monu. I think the Indian team, it's really nice to see that they're really developing VI judo, so they're putting efforts in it, but I think the team still lacks experience. You can see that during these 2 days. I think it's good for them to experience what it is to be on a world championships, but I think this is a little bit too much for Monu. But let's see, you never know in judo, but you can tell already here that Kirolazadeh has really a big strength benefit over Monu. He's a little bit taller. First Wazari score here for Kirolazade.
Women's under 70 kilogram category. In judogi representing Turkey, Esme Taskin. In blue judogi representing India, Rekha Narayan Saleh.
So it's the first attacking from Monu, and he's just walking onto a wall here, and he's really trying it. I think it's good that he gets his attacks in. But it can be tricky if you're the well, the Paralympic champion. You don't want to take too big a risks, and he doesn't do that. He scores a nice ippon here, but it's really difficult against an opponent that you don't know at all. They can do something surprising.
Winner of the number 1 in white judogi from Turkey, Esme Taskin. Taskin goes to the semi-final. Saleh of India Rangers.
So it's Kirolazade who doesn't have any trouble with his opponents here, and we're gonna see a replay of the last Paralympic final in the next round between Chikovic and Kirolazade.
Next contest on the W2, first round, J2 men over 90 kilograms. In white from France.
So maybe we can go back to number 1, Philip, if we can check out the. Thank you. If you can check out the quarterfinal of the under 70 kilogram category between Nicolina Pernheim in white judogi and Theodora Pascalidou of Greece in blue. And although Pernheim is not seeded as a number 1 here, I think she is the biggest favorite for a world title here today. Would be her first world title, but I think the category change between and the split between the J2 and J1 athletes is really beneficial for Pernheim. So in the past, of course, all the categories were combined, so it didn't matter if you were completely blind or that you have a partially, or if you were partially sighted. So here's a first nice attack coming from Pernheim, immediately scoring a Wazari. And she was holding down Pascalidou for just a second, but Pascalidou doing the good thing and trying to get the leg of Pernheim. So a nice attack from Pernheim. Pernheim is a really tactical and technical athlete. She has good tachiwaza and newaza. So Pascalidou is not the easiest athlete to compete against. She's quite tough to fall down, and she's really quick with her reaction. You see she's always a little bit more waiting on her opponent. And she will keep the arms in a good position and prevent her opponents from attacking, but it will be difficult for Pascalidou against Pernheim. So Pascalidou here, her right arm is really preventing Bernam to cut close to her. And for sure Pascalidou will pick up a penalty for passivity. It's Bernam that's really trying to attack here. So it's first Judo on the board for Pascalidou.
Men over 90 kilogram category. In white jury representing Kazakhstan, Yerman Komkiev. In blue jury representing Cuba.
And again, Bernam's trying to take Pascalidou to the back. And Pascalidou trying to take Bernam to the back, but I think Bernam is too experienced for that. And she could nicely turn Pascalidou for a Nippon score here. So a first win for Bernheim here during this World Championships. Let's see, the referee director is taking another look at this action. And Bernheim is ready, you can see, to continue her fight. So it could be so they took off the last score, and I think I would like to see that again, what happened. So she made a mistake there with taking Pascalidou backwards with her leg in the wrong position. So you could see the hook with her left leg actually taking Pascalidou backwards, and that's really a big shame. Yeah, you can see here that she's really clearly making a mistake there. It was for sure not on purpose. I think she cannot believe it. It was her chance to become a world champion, and that's really unfortunate to see her. So that leaves the under 70 kilogram category all open now. I think the two top favorites, Sousa de Freitas and Bernheim, are out. That is, I wouldn't have expected that in this morning, but it's the case. So we still have some good athletes in here, but it's going to be a completely different tournament now. And talking about another favorite, I think one of the biggest favorites is Alana Maldonado here in the white judo gi. And she's facing More of India in blue. She's quite a bit taller than More here. And Maldonado is the current world and Paralympic champion. She is winning everything where she, well, basically every tournament she goes to. And for sure she wants to pick up a world title here today. And here she shows a little bit of her quality, throwing more within the opening seconds of this contest. So really beautiful left-sided haragoshi. No problems at all for Maldonado. The next contest, however, will be a little bit more difficult, with really two top athletes, Ina Kaldani and Kanim Husseinova. But that's about to start in a minute. So since the beginning of the year, of course, they split up the J1 for the blind and almost completely blind, and J2 for the partially sighted athletes. And we're watching the partially sighted athletes here. But what happens if you combine or split some categories? We lost also some weight categories. So the 66 and 81 and 100 for men are gone, and the 52, 63 and the 78 for women we lost as well. So you're gonna see some weight category changes, and here is a good example of that. In the blue judo gi, you have Kanim Husainova. She's the Paralympic champion of the 63 kilogram category, so she had to move up here, and we're gonna see her for the first time competing again since that competition. She's facing the silver medalist of this last Paralympic Games, Ina Kaldani of Georgia. She's wearing the white judo gi here. So it will be a very interesting contest between these two. These athletes never met before. And yeah, that's what happens if you are not seeded. You can basically meet anyone in the first round. So a strong right-sided grip from Kaldani. And Husainova here is going to try what she does best, taking Kaldani backwards, but Kaldani is showing to be really strong here. And it's Husainova who ended up on her back. Let's see if that was enough for a Nippon score there. So here it is. Husainova really trying to take Kaldani backwards. So Husainova cannot believe it. But she's the one that went over. There was enough action there from Kaldani. She was working with her feet. So she's super frustrated right now. She still does have a chance for a bronze medal here, but it must be hard to come back as a Paralympic champion to your first competition and then losing out in the first round within the first half a minute. So it's all over in the first round for Husainova. And she will have to try to settle for a bronze medal, which is of course still some fights to go.
Next quarterfinal of the W1, J2, women under 70 kilogram category. E1 Judo from Canada, Michelle Jorgensen.
So on the mat now are Michelle Jurgensen from Canada, and she's facing Raziye Ulukam of Turkey. Turkey, I must say. It's Jurgensen in white judo gi and Ulukam in blue, and here you can see a really nice ippon from Fernandez Sastre in a over 90 kilogram category. So Ulukam is here trying to work on the ground against Jurgensen.
The next contest, quarterfinal, J1 women over 70 kilogram category. Iwan Judo representing Ukraine. Anastasia Gernik. In blue judo representing Venezuela.
So right-sided Uchimata coming from Ulecam. So I think this is a nice evenly matched contest between Jorgensen and Ulecam. Could really go either way, and I think well, for them it's of course really important. They will be in the semi-finals if they win this one. That's really nicely done. Ulecam made no work from Jorgensen. Nice right-sided technique coming from Ulecam. And up until now, no big surprises in this category, contrary to the under 70 for J1 athletes. So here it's Maldonado, Caldani and Ulecam who qualified for the semi-finals, and I think that was to be expected. And we have one more contest left between Japan and Mongolia.
Next quarterfinal on W1, J2, women under 70 kilograms. Iwan Judo representing Japan, Ogawa Katsusa. In blue judo representing Mongolia, Nyama Alphonse.
So here's the contest between Ogawa Kazusa of Japan, and she is facing Altan Setsek Nyama of Mongolia. Ogawa picked up a bronze medal at the last Paralympic Games, so she is a slight favorite.
The winner on coming to one from Ukraine, Anastasia Gernik.
Ogawa is a lot smaller than Nyama in size, so I think Nyama can really make use of that height and keep her opponent a little bit at distance, but still come up with some good attacks.
Next quarterfinal of the W2, J1, women over 70 kilogram category. Iwan Judo representing Brazil. Erika Suada. In blue judo representing India. Mukesh Rami.
So Ogawa is actually coming from the under 70 kilogram category, and I think you can see that if you look at their height. But still, I would have expected her to come maybe from the 63s, since she's quite small, but she's still doing quite well here. Here Nyama almost throwing over Ogawa. So nice change of direction for Ogawa, trying to go for a right-sided Seonage. That's really nicely done of Ogawa. I think Niyama was really controlling that, but still Ogawa could find some space for an attack. And now Ogawa or Niyama holding the belt of Ogawa. She couldn't do that for too long, so she had to lose that again. And trying to go for a Sutami, but really losing the grip after the first second of going in there. So no success yet for Niyama. So here on mat number 2 Ismieva just beat her opponent with a nice hip on. You can see it here, taking her backwards. So some success for Azerbaijan. And here Ogawa is trying to work in Newaza against Niyama. So Ogawa does have some really good judo. The problem for her is that she's so small, so she's gonna struggle today with her opponents that are a little bit taller, but still she's leading this contest with the Bozari score.
Next contest, second round, J1, main overnight tequila, E1 Judo, representing Brazil, Williams Araújo. In blue judo, representing France, Romuald Rabuter.
So there's some really good contests going on. Of course, if you want to switch mats, you are always free to do so. There's the number 1 seed Araújo on mat number 2 against Rabuter. Rabuter is not a bad athlete, so it's not an easy round for Araújo. And then on mat number 3, Beritze just won against Zamora Guillot of Cuba. Here it's another right-sided attempt from Niyama. Just, it's really difficult for her to throw over Ogawa. So it's difficult to really get a hold of her opponent, and she really only has 18 seconds left to do something in this contest. So it's a second Shido now for Ogawa. So it's Ogawa that takes the win here, albeit not easy. And she will be in the semi-finals against Raziye Ulukam of Turkey. And on mat number 2, Araujo was having quite a scare against Raboteur. Raboteur scored the Wazari before ending up in a hold down. So I'm hoping to see Raboteur back in the rubber church, but let's see if that will happen.
Second round. J2 men under 9 kilogram category. In white jewelry representing France, Elios Lanchumaya. In blue jewelry representing Islamic Republic of Iran, Saeed Jafari.
So here also a very interesting contest in this really hard pool. Pool A of the under 90 kilogram category for J2 athletes. I couldn't tell you who will end up as a winner of this pool. Here is the first two of them. Helios Lachumania, he's the number 1 seed from France, and he's the current bronze medalist of the last Paralympic Games. And he will be facing Sayed Omid Jafari of Islamic Republic of Iran. So we've seen Iran doing really good things yesterday with the 2 gold medals. So even though they're most of the times they're not seeded, they're always a danger to their opponents. So these are the first 2, and soon we're gonna see the second 2 of this pool, and that will be really a tough battle. So Lachumania, he keeps improving, I think, in his contests. He is in a little bit of trouble here against Jafari on the ground. But no real trouble for him. He's a really tactical athlete as well. I think he understands really well how to divide the contest, where to really put in a lot of power and where to relax a little bit.
The winner of the night in jewelry from Greece, Georgios Parakristos.
So left-sided attack from Lachumania, but Jafari looks really strong. It's not an easy opponent at all. And the left-sided Uchimata attempt from Jafari. It's really left against left. And Jafari looks physically really strong. So that's troubling Lachumania. And it's the first Judo on the board now for Lachumania for a false attack. So what a first contest for Lachumania, and you can see here the World Championships are completely different than the Grand Prix. The Grand Prix had a lower number of entry, and here there's just everybody's here. There's 41 nations here. That was really nicely done. Not sure why Jafari didn't move there, because even though if that Wazari will be cancelled, he will be in a hold down. So the contest will still keep going. So as I said, the first Wazari was cancelled. That was a good possibility, because look, here is the landing. There's a clear stop in that. So in the end, no score. But still, Lachimania managed to hold down Jafari for at least 10 seconds. So the Wazari is on the board. Ah, it is. It's gonna be a Nippon. Not sure in the end if it was 20 seconds hold down or if they counted the Wazari. It doesn't matter anymore. It's Lachimania beating Jafari here in his first contest.
But W1 next contest, second round, J2 men under 90 kilogram category. In white jewelry representing Ukraine, Alexander Nazarenko. In blue jewelry representing Georgia, Lasha Izilashvili.
So in this round 2 of the under 90 kilogram category for J2 athletes, we're gonna see one hell of a battle again, and it's gonna be between the current world champion and also multiple medal winner of Georgia. So I think the favorite here is coming onto the mat now in white judo gi, Alexander Nazarenko. He is the current world champion. That World Championships are 4 years ago already, so it doesn't say everything, but he is one of the favorites here. And he is facing Lasha Kizilashvili of Georgia. So Nazarenko is, I think, one of the strongest athletes of the under 90 kilogram category. You can always see that. You can see that well the way his opponents act, basically. So his gripping is super strong. He always waits quite long to come up with an attack. So you can always see him picking up some shidos along the way. But in the end, finishing up with some beautiful scores. So Kizilashvili up until now was the best Georgian in this weight category, but today we were gonna see the return of Sviat Gogochuri of Georgia, and he is the former Paralympic champion. He competed in the 100 kilogram category in the last couple of years, but now moving down to the 90 kilogram category well known to him. He was active also in the IGF World Circuit before competing at the IBSA competitions. So Nazarenko is struggling a bit with the grip of Kizilashvili. And Kizilashvili is gonna get a shido for a gripping error. So the rules of IBSA Judo are exactly the same as in IGF Judo. We're mostly following it with a some small differences. Of course, the biggest difference is that you have to grip when you start the contest, and also you have to keep the grip on with 2 hands all the time, except if you go for an attack. Well, that was an easy takeover from Nazarenko. Here you can see the strength of him. So Kizilashvili coming in with a first attack, and then straight away taken over by Nazarenko. So no success here for Kizilashvili yet. And he has to wait if he has a chance for the rapid charge contest, because Nazarenko will first have to beat Lachumania there. So coming onto the mat now is Golimzan Smagululi of Kazakhstan, and he is facing Simona Canizzaro of Italy. It's Smagululi in white judo gi and Canizzaro in blue. So I think the Kazakhs have 2 really strong athletes in here. It's Smagululi and Amazol. Amazol being the number 2 seed here today. So first hint of a right Ochigari from Canizzaro. So Smagululi really working on the arms of Canizzaro, and Canizzaro is clearly struggling. He's trying to desperately doing something to get out of the grip of Smagululi. So Smagululi is a strong physical athlete, and he's gonna try to block out Canizzaro with his gripping. And while doing that, he forgets to attack, and Canizzaro is trying to put in some attacks. That's why Smagululi just picked up his first penalty for passivity. Here, adjusted Yoko Tomonage, just not really from some movement, so no success for Canizzaro. So Smagululi now trying to go on the right side. I think this is typical the style of the Italian judo. They will attack a lot, keep coming, and really not give much chance and much room for their opponents to attack. So Smagululi really strong with his right-handed grip. Just not the best attacks coming from him yet. So he does have a stronger grip than Cannizzaro, but Cannizzaro has been the one that's attacking. Right side at Ojigari. So Cannizzaro's trying to come in with some low techniques, but it does sometimes look like false attacks. Here we're gonna see a nice score from Utepov in the over 90 kilogram category. So you see Cannizzaro struggling a lot with that right arm of Smagululi. He does, however, come up with the best attack, so doesn't matter if you're really controlling your opponent with your grips. If you don't attack, you're still gonna get a penalty for passivity. So Smagululi does need to change something with his game. So referee calls a mete again. I think Smagululi is struggling also with the tempo of Cannizzaro. He looks a bit flustered already. And at this time it is Cannizzaro now picking up his first Judo for a false attack. That, yeah, I'm not surprised that that happened. So this time oh, they're getting really close to each other. This could really go either way. But let's see the beginning of this. Not sure what they're gonna do here. So they just decided to cancel out that Vasari. If they both landed on their side, or if it's unclear who really comes up with the score, they just do the thing that's most fair and cancel it. And now both athletes are on one penalty. And it looks like Smagululi woke up here and finally is coming up with some good attacks. So Cannizaro on 2 penalties now here. Ooh, that's interesting. So Cannizaro coming in with the first technique, but I think he was off balance actually and trying to escape that with a Sutemi. So I think that was quite dangerous for Cannizaro there, and it looks like Smagululi really woke up a little bit in his contest, and he's starting to look stronger here. So what a contest between these two athletes. It's proving to be a really tough one. Ooh, and that was again really close to scoring, but it gives Cannizaro time to work in Newasa. He's doing that really cleverly. Just not controlling the top half. Almost had Smagululi in a hold down, and now trying to work on the arm, but I think that's the second possibility was too low. I think he had a really big shot there, and it was against Smagululi. So another big upset in mat number 3, where number 1 seed Cavalcante just lost out to Cyril Leonard of France. So it's a day full of surprises, and Brazil, well, the Brazilian team already lost some favorites there. So I don't think this is the big solution for Cannizaro, but he's struggling so much with that right hand and with the pressure of Smagululi. I think this is the only way he can solve it at the moment. So on mat number 2, Daniel Knecht also won his contest against Kush Vatkov of Uzbekistan. And he is setting up for a really interesting contest between Grandry and Knecht in the quarterfinals of this World Championships. Nice soda coming from Cannizaro. That was looking better than his attacks before. So it's gonna be a golden score between these two athletes. And And it's Cannizaro that picked up 2 Shidos along the way. But Smagululi on the bell is going to pick up a Shido for passivity. He looks really drained here. So the question is if he can keep going. And both athletes then picked up 2 Shidos, so it's really even. And it could really go either way. Right-sided Makikomi. And Cannizaro is taking over. And I think this is all about stamina and shape of the athlete. So Cannizaro just looks in better shape. And it's unfortunate for Smagululi. I think he was the stronger of the 2, but it doesn't matter if you cannot come up with anything anymore if you're drained. So they're gonna take another look. I think that's correct because Smagululi started that attack. So they have to see if there's a real break. And if there's a good break after that and then Cannizaro starts the attack, it's Vasari. But I think there was no defense anymore also from Smagululi. So here's the first attack. Here you can see there's a clear stop and here Cannizaro comes in with his attack. So let's try to switch to mat number 2 to see what's going on there. Because there's a lot of cheering from the crowd. Here in white judogi is Onur Tastan of Turkey, but in blue it's Ilham Zakiev of Azerbaijan, one of the biggest Paralympic heroes here, not only in Azerbaijan but I think worldwide. So he's a big ambassador for the sport. He's already competing for such a long time. Picked up really great results. He's a former Paralympic champion. I think last Paralympic Games he picked up a bronze medal. And he got a European champion just 2 months ago. So mat number 1, it was a quick finish for Daniel Goro, who just beat his opponent. So Onur Tastan is maybe not the favorite for the gold here today, but he is really a difficult opponent. He's always very difficult to throw, and he can come up with some good techniques, but both athletes, well, they take some time to come up with a good attack, so it can look a little bit passive sometimes, but there's a lot of pressure on these guys, and well, they are really blocking each other out with their grips. So both athletes here are picking up their second Judo. This is the thing that happens more often with Zakiev, but also with Tastan. So it was to be expected if these two giants meet each other. The thing is that who will be the most active here, who will come up with a good technique. And Zakiev always takes his time, but if he comes up with a good attack, it's always very effective. And at that time it was a really good attempt coming from Zakiev. And here he does what he does best. As I said, when he attacks, it's always quite effective. Throwing over Onur Tastan in his first contest. So really well done by Zakiev, and he is in the quarterfinals here. So it might be nice to switch back to mat number 1 to see the rest of the contest between Zambota Amazol of Kazakhstan. He's the number 2 seed here today, and he's facing Lee Jung-min of Korea. Now almost throwing over Lee with a nice makikomi, just not having enough control. So here it is another really good move from Amazol. And it looks like Lee was a little bit confused here in Osaikimi, but suddenly woke up. Here it is, good makikomi. He is really strong with that. And Lee just waited a little bit too long, so he was in a hold down, but he could get off quite easily in the end. So Lee is really not finished yet. He really wants to take that Wazari back on the board on his side. Another right-sided makikomi. Lee looks really like he wants to go. It's really active, and it's still 2 minutes left to go. So if he can keep pushing this pace, it will be well, it will start to get difficult for Amazol. I think Amazol looks a bit stronger. It's Lee that comes from the 81 kilogram category, so it is expected that he maybe is a little bit less strong than Amazol. But a good attack here from Lee. And Amazol, well, he still has to keep up this Wazari lead for 1 minute and 33 seconds, and it can be really long if you already feel drained.
Чаще çəmədamız əsasında Çindən fokus olan balığı qarasını falan çıxararsa, yaxşı. Ayrıca, Krala Tünəndə mənə xəbər elə də, obyektivlə kamera götürürəm, Krala Tünəndə mənə xəbər eləyəsən, başlayaram sən.
Right-sided Magikomi coming from lead. That was quite a good attack again. So you can see that Amazol is struggling a little bit more, but he's doing it really cleverly here. Trying to work in Newaza. And if he can get that, it will be a good win for him. But it also is good for burning off some seconds of the clock. So 47 seconds left in this contest. Another attack in from Amazol. Good timing for him to come up with a good attack. Ooh, that looks really strong there. Amazol scoring his second Wasari and completely throwing over. Well, and now basically Lee has to hope for a repechage. He already beat Solova in the first round. He was having a really good contest with Amazol, but that's not enough for him yet. Amazol would need to win the next fight if he wants to have a repechage. So the French took a really big team here, and we are going to see some new faces. And I think this is an example. Who is coming onto the mat now in white judogi, Albert Jean Delarmenat of France. And he is facing one of the biggest champions in the Paralympic judo, Sviat Gogochuri of Georgia, here in the blue judogi. So that is really a big task to compete against Gogochuri. So he was absent for quite a while, Gogochuri, so we haven't seen him fighting in the last year or two. So it's interesting to see what he's been up to. And also he has been fighting in the 100 kilogram category, so it will be a change of pace here in the 90 kilograms. So really strong gripping on the right side for Gogochuri, and the Delarmenat is falling a little bit under the pressure of Gogochuri. So Gogochuri pushing over the Delarmenat, and now he is a Wasari behind already in the first 40 seconds. So I think it's a repetition of the last action. Gogochuri working on the Ashiwas, working on the feet, and throwing over the Delarmenat. So Gogo Churi, no surprises there, won his fight, and also on mat number 2, Boluk Bassi won his contest. And Philip, let's see if we can go to mat number 2 to see what's going on there, because there's some really good contests coming up. Actually, in the next 3 contests, we're also gonna see 3 Paralympic champions. So that is quite unusual that they're all competing in the same category here. Here you can see Boluk Bassi throwing over Jurakulov of Uzbekistan.
The J2, next contest, quarterfinal J2, men over 90 kilogram category. In white jewelry, representing Georgia. Tokyo Paralympic Games silver medalist Rema Chikoidze. In blue jewelry.
So here we're gonna see a replay or a rematch of the final of the last Paralympic Games. In white judogi it's Revas Chikoidze of Georgia, and in blue it's Mohammad Reza Kirolagzadeh of Islamic Republic of Iran. Left Uchimata from Chikoidze here. So at first quite a good attempt, but Kirolagzadeh doesn't look too bothered. So big ippon here on mat number 3. And it's Abdiev here who just beat Yadov in the second round. You can see here Chikoidze is coming up with some good left-sided attack, but he's just attacking against the wall also, so you can see that he just loses a grip as soon as he starts the attack. So it says something also about the strength of Kirolagzadeh. So Kirolagzadeh takes his time to come up with a really big attack. I think he's being really careful here, but I'm hoping to see him attack soon. So I think Chikowitz looks a little bit disturbed, but I'm not sure if it's really that he's hurting a little bit or that he's just feeling quite tired, and I can imagine that. I think Kirolazade is a really strong athlete, and it can drain your energy quite quickly if you are trying to compete with that. And that's a first really good attempt coming from Kirolazade and immediately throwing over Chikowitz. So it's an exit here for Chikowitz. He gets a rapid charge, of course, so he's still on the road for a bronze medal, but it's Kirolazade here that beats Chikowitz, and we will see in the semi-final. Here, nice Satsai movement, and then throwing over Chikowitz on its side, followed up by Osaikame.
Next quarterfinal of the Commentated, Judo, men over 90 kg category. In white jewelry representing Great Britain, Tokyo Paralympic Games champion Christopher Scale. In blue jewelry representing Brazil, Sergio Fernandez.
So it's another Paralympic champion. You can see that on the gold back patch he's wearing. It's Christopher Skelly here representing Great Britain in a white judo gi, and he is facing Sergio Fernandez of Brazil in blue. So Skelly is re-gripping quite often, also that makes him sometimes look a little bit chaotic, but a really nice right-sided Ouchigari here, and now he gets some time to work in the ground, and that's what he can do really well. He's winning a lot of his contests on Newaza, and here he's almost holding down Fernandez, or he is holding down him already. So if he can keep that up for around 20 seconds, not around, exactly 20 seconds, he will take the win in this contest. So it looks a little bit more secure now, and Skelly just won his first contest without hesitation. So just maybe not enough landing here, but a really nice attempt in the first. I really loved, well, the spinning way he comes in with the Ouchigari. And he is in the semi-finals here.
Next quarterfinal of the Judo, men over 90 kg category. In white jewelry, representing Republic of Iran.
So the Paralympic champions in this category, Kirolazade and Skelly, just won their first contest, but we have another one in the mix here, and it is Wahid Nouri, also of Islamic Republic of Iran. And you're gonna see him in the white judo gear. He went up from the under 90 until the over 90. So he is a lightweight, considerably in this weight category, and he is facing Jordani Fernandez Sastre of Cuba here. And Fernandez you can see in the blue judo gi. So it's an interesting choice here of Nouri to compete in the over 90 kilogram category with his teammate Kiro Lazare also competing here. So there will for sure be only one of the Iran team that will be able to win a gold medal. So strong left-handed grip by Nouri. He's quite known for that, and he has a really great Uchimata. So he will start searching for that, but it's a little bit different in the 90 kilogram category than in the plus 90 where he is competing now. It's a Shido now for Fernandez for holding on to one side. I think he was just basically trying to escape the pressure of Nouri, and he picked up Shido along the way. Here a first left-sided Uchimata attempt, but here you can see that it's really different against the plus 190 kilogram guys. It's much harder to throw these guys. So both are really left-sided. Fernandez Sastre again here picks up, I think he's going to pick up a Shido if he stays like that, just keeping his hand on one side. Not sure why he doesn't think he's not going to get a Shido for that. So it's just really poor tactics of Fernandez. He looks struggled with his finger though, but that's no excuse to just keep on to one side. So a left-sided attack from Fernandez Sastre, and Fernandez trying to take over a technique of Nouri. Nice lifting technique, just not strong enough to throw Nouri over. And Fernandez Sastre, I think, is struggling just physically also. So Fernandez Sastre needs to do something here, but he is well in the worst position actually, because Nouri was in the perfect position for Uchimata. Couldn't throw over Fernandez, but he is looking good. And that's it. Here you can see the Uchimata of Wahid Nouri. Left-sided Uchimata, completely throwing over Fernandez Sastre. And we're gonna see Fernandez Sastre back in the rapid charge, but Nouri just qualified for the semi-finals. And I'm really excited actually to see him compete against Christopher Skelly. That's for sure gonna be an interesting contest. So we're gonna stay on this mat for the semi-finals of the over 70 kilogram category of women J1. And I think really both athletes have chances here to reach the final stage. It's Nazan Akingunes in white judogi, the #1 seed, and she is facing Anastasia Harnik of Ukraine in blue. So I think in my perspective these were the favorites for the world title, and they are facing each other now in the semi-finals. So Harnik pushing over Akingunes, and I think she's gonna try to work her way in Newaza. She's also one that was developing the last few years. I've seen her grown into the tournaments, and of course with the split of J1 and J2 she has a fairer chance between equally matched athletes. And I think since the split of the category she really started winning medals. So a first attack coming from Akingunes, but a good response from Harnik there.
Next contest on the #1, second round, J2 men under 90 kilogram category. In white judogi representing Egypt, Salah Hussein. In blue judogi representing Brazil.
So right-sided Seonage coming now from Akingunes. This time a likely better chance. I think Harnik is now trying to do a shimewaza. I'm not sure if it's under the chin. Referee's on it, so he will be able to take a look. And she needs to tap out in the end. So it's a really good newaza work from Anastasia Harnik, and she just qualified for the final here. So I think they're gonna take another look. Let's see what they will decide. So I think they're gonna check if it was over the chin. So if the lapel of the opponent is over the chin, normally it's mate right away. At some point, sometimes the referee cannot see that perfectly. So, but here we might take a look. It looks here actually like it really is over the chin. So in that case, the ippon will be cancelled. And the contest will just continue. So they're gonna cancel this Ippon score because, well, it was just on the video that it was the lapel over the chin. So Akin Gunes can also breathe a little bit and continue this contest. And Akin Gunes now is trying to come in with the left hip throw, but Harnik is really one that's hard to throw. So Akin Gunes is really trying to give everything and coming up with some attacks. But Harnik doesn't look too bothered up until now. The only thing she needs to do is to just keep attacking as well. Otherwise she might pick up a Shido for passivity. So Akin Gunes really wants to go on that side. Ooh, and this time Harnik had quite a good grip before, but the referee called him mate here. So both athletes need to come back to the center of the mat before they can fight again.
Next contest, semi-final, J1, women under 70 kilogram category. In white jersey, representing Mongolia, Kaijo Kuruna. In blue jersey, representing Italy, Matilde Lauria.
And left-sided Seonage. Not sure if she was grabbing the leg, couldn't tell, but they're probably gonna take another look. So, would that be a Wazari or a Nippon? So this time it's definitely Anastasia Harnik who won this contest, and she is in a world final here. And I really think she's not happy yet, and she keeps concentrated because she wants to win the world title here today.
Next contest, second round, J1 men with 90 kilogram category. In white jersey, representing India, Sayyid Hussein Naqvi. In blue 2. Next contest, semi-final J1 women over 70 kilogram category. In white judo from Brazil, Erika Suaga.
So we're gonna see the semi-final, the second semi-final of the over 70 kilogram here between Erika Zoaga of Brazil here in white judogi and Katira Ismieva of Azerbaijan in blue. So first some moving around by these athletes. And I think always you want to make sure how your opponent is responding. And especially in VI Judo, it's the response, the judoka do everything by feel. So the response of on the attacks is always really fast. So you want to be absolutely sure if you come in with a good attack. So wow, that was a really beautiful throw. I think it was a little bit of an overthrow. So it's a Rosari there on the board, but it was really nice to show. So Ismieva now just picked up her first Judo for passivity, and Zoaka looks a bit more active here in this contest. So they really struggle to come in with a good technique, and the referee is gonna say something about that. So it's gonna be a passivity Shido now for both of these athletes. The advantage is here for Zoaga, she just picked up the one Shido, so if the contest will continue like this, they will just both pick up a Shido and Zoaga will become the winner here.
Sildiler. Yok sildiler.
That's really nicely done. Nice movement, change of direction there for Zoaga, and she will win this semi-final. Nice footwork there, you could see that. So Brazil have a fighter in the final here now. So this mat will continue with fights in the quarterfinals, but we're gonna take a look at mat number 1 to see the semi-finals of the under 70 kilogram category. And again, here we have a rematch of the last Paralympic Games. So it's gonna be the same as the final of the Paralympic Games of the under 70 kilogram category. In white judo gi here, it's Alana Maldonado, current Paralympic champion, and she is facing Ina Kaldani of Georgia and the silver medalist of the last Paralympic Games. So Maldonado is also the current world champion, so she really is the one to beat today. So it's a strong left against the right-handed contest. So Maldonado is a left-handed judoka. She has good technique, and Kaldani is clearly right-sided. Now tries to come in with the first hip throw. And Maldonado tried to change the direction, quite smart. So Kaldani is moving a little bit more than Maldonado, but Maldonado is quite strong with her gripping on that left side. So I think with her left hand she can control quite a lot of this contest, keeping Kaldani at a safe distance, but still she is able to attack herself. So it's gonna be a Shido here for both athletes. Just a little warning to get more active in this contest. So that was a really nice move from Maldonado. Kaldani coming in with first hip technique, and then Maldonado with her feet turning over Kaldani. So they're gonna check out if it's enough for a Rosari score there. So I think another small upset in the over 70 kilogram category for J2 athletes. Well, here the Rosari is cancelled. Here you can see the replay. So really nice foot sweep of Maldonado, but I don't think Kaldani really went to her side. So on mat number 3, Carolina Costa just defeated number 1 seed Rebecca Silva. So it's a Shido each. Still half the contest time is here. And again, it's a Maldonado almost scoring here. I think she's being really careful in this contest, and it's one thing to become a champion, but it's another thing to stay one. I think she's just here for the win, and she doesn't really matter how it gets done. She's really careful to not get a score against her, so she will play on safe and not take really big risks. And now it looks a little bit static, so I'm hoping that they will move around a little bit more to try to get a reaction from the opponent. And I think Maldonado is just waiting for a chance for a good attack or a takeover of Koldani. So another attack in from Koldani.
The winner of the domain 3, in white from Brazil, English.
So I think Maldonado has to be a bit careful of not looking too passive here. Otherwise it just she will pick up another Judo, and it might change the game a little bit.
Next contest on the domain 3. Quarterfinal J2 will win over 70 kg.
So Koldani here picks up a Judo for being overly defensive with her posture. And I don't think you can. I think Maldonado also needs to watch out a little bit here. She looks in control, but she needs to keep active. So this time it is Maldonado who picks up a Judo, and I think that's her gripping, so she really keeps Koldani at a distance with her left hand, and that is okay if you start to be active and also start to throw with that. So here it is a first good technique from Maldonado. I don't understand why she waited so long with that, and I think she needed just a warning here to really get going. So it's another attempt coming from Koldani here, but it's Maldonado putting her hands in the air. She just beat the silver medalist of the last Paralympic Games, and she shows she's still the best. So we will see her later today in the final. So Maldonado really never was in danger against Koldani. She showed to be a better athlete today, and she will be in the final, and we're gonna see who her opponent is after this fight. So in this semi-final here, it's Razia Ulukam of Turkey, and she's facing Ogawa Kazusa of Japan. It's Ulukam in white, Judo-gi and Ogawa in blue. So again here you can see the height difference between Ulukam and Ogawa. So Ogawa is a really small athlete for this weight category. So Ulukam trying to go on that right side, but not succeeding yet in coming in up with the score. So since Ulukam is the one that's been attacking, it's Ogawa who just picked up her first Judo for passivity. But she is really dangerous when she comes up with an attack. So right-sided to Uchimata here. And this time Ogawa did come up with the technique, basically making use of the movement of Ulukam, but not succeeding. I think it's gonna be a difficult match here to come up with a good score. That was a really poor technique coming from Ulukam, trying to take Ogawa backwards. And well, it was, I think, an opportunity for Ogawa here to work on the ground, but she didn't do that. So it's a mate now, and both athletes need to come back to the center of the mat. So it's the 2 Shidos on the board for Ogawa and no Shidos yet for Ulukam. She looks quite strong. Another right-sided technique from Ulukam, followed up by Senage of Ogawa. But I don't think Ogawa gets close to scoring at the moment still. She looked more dangerous in her last contest. So Ulukam is controlling that right side with the right side to Ogawa. So it would be tactical for her just to try to keep attacking. And well, maybe Ogawa will pick up her third Judo then. Of course, in the end, you want to be positive, you want to try to throw your opponent. So it's a difficult contest for these athletes. I think Ulukam is a little bit stronger than Ogawa. She's controlling this contest, but yeah, it's gonna be over. It's a third Judo now for Ogawa. So just on physical strength and just keep pushing. Ulukam is reaching now the final. So we're gonna see a final in the under 70 kilogram between Alana Maldonado, who's the big favorite, and Razia Ulukam, experienced athlete. And let's see if she can offer something to Maldonado later today. So it's a really good battle here between Helios Lachumania of France, and he is facing current world champion Alexander Nazarenko of Ukraine. It's Lachumania in white judogi and Nazarenko in blue. So in the last Europeans they met in around 2 months ago, and it was also really a good battle between these two athletes. It was an interesting and tough battle, and in the end Lachumania won the last encounter they had. But they've met each other several times, and it's always very difficult combat between these two athletes. So Nazarenko is the physically strongest athlete because I think he's one of the strongest overall. But Lachumani is really clever with his judo. He's a really complete judoka with both tachi and newaza, and he knows when to do what and how to escape the pressure of Nazarenko. So here another left-sided low Morota Seonage. So even though he's not scoring with that, he is really disturbing the pace of Nazarenko. So, or he's pushing the pace actually. So it's difficult for Nazarenko to come up with a good attack. He needs a lot longer to go to prepare his attack. You see here has a really strong grab, Nazarenko, right-sided, but he just cannot really get a hold of his opponent. So half the contest time almost gone. No scores yet, but it's been looking really attractive here during this contest. So no score or no penalties on the board. So mat number 2, Yuri Marchenko just won his contest, and we saw him pop up in the European Championships 2 months ago, and doing really well. I think reaching the final, and now he's in the semi-final, so he will be one of the ones to watch in the future for sure. And now he's already performing really well in this World Championships here. So it's the first Judo here for Nazarenko. And it shows the game Lachumania is playing as well. He wants to keep up the pace. He will come up with strong attacks here. Another good attack coming from Lachumania. And it just doesn't give much time or space to Nazarenko to come up with a good attack. So this time a good Sutumi coming from Nazarenko, just not scoring, but it was a good attempt coming from him. One of the first real big attacks we saw from him. So it's no scores yet, so it's really an even matched contest. And it's a good Tomonage attempt now coming from Lachumania, but again no score. I think these athletes know each other quite well. They know each other's moves, so it's gonna be really hard to come up with a score or with a surprising attack. So still really strong left against right grip, and Lachumani is trying to find an entrance again for that left Morota Seonage. And now I think he makes some nice combinations of techniques all the time. So this time again a Sutumi coming from Lachumania. So it's another penalty now for Nazarenko. It's just Lachumani is too quick for Nazarenko up until now. Nazarenko only came up with one or two good attacks, and it's been Lachumania all over. So it's another Sutami attempt coming from Lachumani. It doesn't really get Nazarenko off balance, but it is another good attack in. And Nazarenko really needs to keep or get attacking soon, because otherwise he's just gonna pick up a third Judo. And I think Nazarenko knows that. It is true that in a lot of his previous contests he was on 2 Judos, and he still took his time to come up with an attack, and once he attacked he came up with a good score. But in this case it might be a little bit different with Lachumania, and it's another attack in. And you can see Nazarenko is a bit frustrated, but he really needs to start doing something quickly. This time Lachumania picks up a Judo for a false attack. Just went to the ground a little bit too quick. Here a right-sided Seonage, another good attack coming from Lachumania.
The winner of the round 2, representing France.
So another really strong attack coming from Lachumania. And Nazarenko is really on the edge of getting a third Judo here.
Ladies and gentlemen, next contest of the round 2, quarterfinal J1 main over 90 kilogram category.
Ooh, that was a really good good attack from Nazarenko working on the Ashiwaza, but it's another attack coming in from Lachumania. So here it is. Oh, they're gonna take it off. I'm happy that they keep that going for a little bit longer, because Nazarenko was really dangerous in the last encounter they had. And on the other mats, some exciting things are happening as well. It's number 2 seed Jason Grandry who just won his contest, and he is in the semi-finals. And then we have, I think more surprisingly, we have Cyril Jonard, and he is in the semi-final after beating the number 1 seed Cavalcante and also Oleg Kretsul just now. So I think that's an extraordinary result for the Frenchman. So already 45 seconds into this golden score. And Nazarenko is still alive. So Nazarenko here is picking up his third Shido for passivity. I think it was just a physical battle. I think Nazarenko is a super big thrower, really strong physically, but he could just not keep up with the pace of Lachumania. Really tough contest, but it's Lachumania, #1 seed, who continues to the semifinals.
Next quarterfinal on the W1, J2, men under 90 kilogram category. E1 representing Italy, Simone Cannizzaro. E2 representing Germany, Daniel Goral. Quarterfinal, J2 men under 90 kilogram category. In white jury representing Kazakhstan, Jean-Bota Amazov. In blue jury representing Georgia, Sviatko Bujuri. Tatami 2, next contest, repechage, J2 men over 90 kilogram category. In white jury representing India, Moon. In blue jury representing Georgia, Remas Shimoidze. Mesdames, Messieurs, he went from India model. She colleagues of Georgia unfortunately was unable to compete due to an injury. Swinging one from India, more. Next contest of the coming to J1 repechage, women over 70 kg. In white from India, Montage. In blue from Uzbekistan, Teuza Erdasheva.
Jean Assanter, Kazakhstan, derrière la Sécurité. Üstüne tabiyeler Commentated 90'larda Dörtleri Foundation, Almanya'da Andrew Watson, Amerika'da Birleşmiş Krallık. Vergili, Gözlükler. Daniel Powell, Great Britain.
So we're looking at the quarter-final contest here between Zambota Amanzol of Kazakhstan and Zviad Gogochuri of Georgia. It's Amanzol in white judogi and Gogochuri in blue, and it's Gogochuri that's leading with a Wazari score with still 2 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock. And Gogochuri almost picking up Amanzol hugely, but he's also struggling a little bit with that well, strange gripping of Amanzol. Amanzol's really grabbing far over the back of Gogochuri with that makikomi. Can be really dangerous to anyone. So again, almost picking up Amanzol, just not enough gripping in the end. So he didn't have, just had one side. So Amanzol could escape from that.
Amerika Birleşik Krallığı. Gözlükler, Yol
So here Amazon does have a good grip, but I think Gogo Churi is clever to escape that. So again, Amazon does have a good grip here. He's just not strong enough to throw Gogo Churi. So it's 1 minute and 8 seconds left on the clock. Gogo Churi still leading with the Iwasari score, and he's controlling the grips of Amazon quite nicely now. So you can tell that Amazon is also starting to look drained. I think they're both struggling a little bit in the last minute. Here, really nice attack from Amazon. But taken over by Gogo Churi. Oh wow, that was Bashuk here on mat number 2, throwing over with a huge, what was such a movement. Really nice, really well done by Bashuk against I think Wilson Howard of Howard Wilson of the United States of America.
The winner of the family 2 in blue from Moldova,
So let's see if we can take a look at mat number 2, because we got the semi-final starting there for the over 90 kilogram category of J2 athletes, and with still all the 3 Paralympic champions on the way to gold, but of course somebody has to lose in this round. So here we're gonna watch the contest between Ibrahim Bolukbasi of Turkey in white judo gi. He's the number 1 seed, but he is facing current Paralympic champion Mohammad Reza Keroulazadeh of Islamic Republic of Iran. So Bolukbasi is the number 1 seed. He was competing this year and won, I think, a total of 3 medals. But Keroulazadeh hasn't been competing yet, so he's not seeded here. But of course, he's one of the big favorites here today for the world title. So quick first Judos for both of these athletes for passivity. So the referee just wants to get both of them a little warning to basically get more active. So here Kirilazade is picking up a Judo. So he had both hands on the lapel and basically really pushing down his opponent. So you can look very strong like that, but it's just basically blocking your opponent, and it's a negative form of Judo. So you will pick up a Judo for that. So here it's Kirilazade now on 2 Judos, and the Judo of Bolibasi actually was cancelled. So he just is in an advantage here. Well, and I'm not sure that Kirilazade is realizing that he really needs to come up with a big attack. Otherwise, they will both pick up a Judo, and it will be all over for Kirilazade, and that would be just such a poor tactics. So I'm curious here what is gonna happen if the referee thinks it's enough for a I thought so. So Bolibasi got a Judo for passivity before, and it's not on the board. So I thought it was cancelled, but so it could be that Kirilazade will pick up a passivity Judo here, but I'm not sure if they're gonna do that. But let's see what they will do. So they will keep it going for a little bit more. Left Seonage attempt coming from Bolibasi. I think you can clearly see that Kirilazade is stronger than Bolibasi, but he will have to come up with an attack. Well, for me, honestly, it's not the best contest to watch. They're not really doing Judo here. They're just really focusing on some Judos and, well, not being positive. So Bolibasi just picked up a Judo for kicking the leg of Kirilazade. So this contest still continues, and both, well, still just working on the grips and not really coming in with the big attacks. And this time it is Kirilazade coming up with an attack. And I'm guessing just the one that attacks a little bit already will be in advantage. So this time strong gripping of Kiro Lazare. Kiro Lazare actually looks really strong, but I'm not too impressed with his attacks yet today. I think he's a little bit insecure maybe. So still the 2 shooters on the board with just a little bit less than a minute left in this contest. And Boluk Bassi is the smaller athlete of the 2. He's struggling with the strength, but he is really trying to come up with a good attack. And here it's a nice right-sided Uchimata, not enough for a score.
Semi-final on the number 3, J2 will be over 70 The number 1 next contest, the red chart J1, the women under 70 kilo. In white from Brazil, Brenda Souza de Freitas. In blue from Uzbekistan.
So Boluk Bassi needing some time to tidy up his gi before they continue the contest. So Kilo Lazare now came up with some better techniques in the last minute, and Boluk Bassi struggling to come up with a good technique. And there it is, really nice change of direction there, good movement coming from Kiro Lazade. So threatening to go forwards and then going to the back. But I'm actually not too impressed with the tactics of Kiro Lazade, and he needs to change his game a little bit for the final here. But nevertheless he qualified for the final.
They were in the final. Ulbashi of Turkey for the bronze. Then won the winner in white from Brazil, Brenda Souza de Freitas. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to semi-final. J2 men over 90 kilogram category. Please welcome all the time to in white Judo.
So it's gonna be a nice clash between two champions here of the under 100 and under 90 kilogram category, both competing here in the over 90 kilogram category for J2 athletes. So it's Christopher Skelly here in white judogi representing Great Britain, and he is facing Wahid Nouri of Iran in blue judogi. So both athletes take some time to grip. I think Nouri is really strong with the left side Uchimata. It's gonna be tough for him, but Skelly is a smart athlete and he's gonna play it like that. He's gonna come up with some good techniques, trying to work his way to the ground and then do his thing on Newaza basically. He's really good in Newaza and I think one of the best athletes. So here it is, a really strong left-sided Uchimata from Nouri. And he is almost unstoppable with that. He's so strong with that. So Skelly got away lucky there, just landing on his side. But he is warned and he cannot go over again. So both referees making sure both are up straight and in a good position to start competing. But Nouri is his left stance. He has really strong left stance, so it's so hard to compete against. So Skelly is, I think, in a bit of trouble here. And it's another left-sided Uchimata, and it's enough for a win. Nouri beating the Paralympic champion of the under 100 kilogram category. So it's gonna be an all-Iran final. So nicely done by Vahid Nouri, and Skelly still needs to figure that out. And well, let's maybe try to take a look at mat number 3, because there's still some semi-finals going on there of the over 70 kilogram category. And at the moment Carolina Costa is holding down Meg Emmerich, and she is gonna be in the final here today. I think although Silva here was the number 1 seed, Costa I think is the clear favorite for the title here. And let's see who will be her opponent in the final later today.
Next contest brought time to J1. Men over 90 kilogram category. Repechage. EY Jury representing France. Romuald Rapporteur. Blue Jury representing Greece. Teofilo Novachristos.
Deuxième étape des deux contre J.G. Michel Bouchard. Young Foundation, Argentina, Finalist France. Ready, Judo, Cuba.
So here is the second semi-final of the over 70 kilogram category. And in white judo gi here, it's Priscilla Leze of France, and she is facing Sheila Hernandez Estupinan of Cuba. I think Leze is also improving during the years. I've seen her competing at quite some competitions now. But here she is going over against Hernandez. First Wazari in the board for Hernandez with a left-sided technique. And another left-sided technique, and again Leze almost going over. So she is really struggling in this contest.
One next contest with Repechage. JD2, main of the 90 kilogram category. EY Jury from Islamic Republic of Iran. Saeed Jafari. Blue Jury from Ukraine. Alexander Nazarenko.
So here nicely going to the back, Leze, but stumbling upon Hernandez. And it's quite unfortunate for Leze. I'm thinking they might have another look if that was really anything to do with the effort of Hernandez, or it was purely well, an effort from Leze that didn't go well. And probably it was the last case. So this didn't have to do anything with the technique of Hernandez. That's why she couldn't really get a Wazari here. Now Hernandez is trying. Yeah, I think that's cleverly done by Hernandez. That Shimewaza was really on there, so Leze didn't tap, but she had to roll over there, and now she's in an Osaikumi, and I don't think she's gonna get out of that one. So it's Hernandez we were gonna see in the final here today.
The nominee to the winner in Judo from Greece, Theophilus Papachristos.
Düşünmezden yerlere oldu. J.B. 90'larda tesellici görüş. Avcı'da Abdülkadir Silva, Brasilia, Revi, Gözlük'te Alek Reçul, Moldova.
The nominee to next contest, repechage, J1 win over 90 years. He went from Moldova, Yon Basov, in blue from Kazakhstan, Yerman Utepov.
So another interesting contest coming up here between the number 1 seed and the European champion of 2 months ago. So I'm not sure what happened to Kretsu, if he's coming or not to this contest.
For Alek Kretsu, Republic of Moldova, Montage 3.
Alek Reçul, düşünmezden yerlere 30 saniye gözlerine akıllı.
So it's a shame that we're not going to see this contest between Cavalcante and Kretsu. I would have loved to see that, but Kretsu unfortunately got injured during this last contest. So Cavalcante will just go through to the next round.
Alek Reçul, Moldova, Brasilia, Afrika, Cavalcante, Uvaldes, Düşürme nedeni oldu. 90 kilogram gerekli kategorisi meseleleri görüş. Erdoğan, Çetava, El Cezayir, Turgun, Abdiye, Özbekistan.
The winner of Nami 2, E1 Judo from Moldova, Yilmazov.
So we're gonna watch this contest of the repertoire between Abderrahmane Chetouan of Algeria in white judogi and Turgun Abdiev of Uzbekistan in blue.
E1 Judo from Netherlands, Daniel Knack. Judo in white from Georgia. Zoran Buali, Mozambique.
And it's a really nice right-sided technique coming from Abdiev. I think he could have a score there, but it's Chetouan who quickly followed up in Newaza. Just not being able to finish that, but it was an interesting course of action. So here you can see the start of the attack. For me that was a continuous movement, so not sure what they're gonna do here.
The Nami 2 next contest, let the charge J1 win over 90 kilogram category. E1 Judo representing.
Yeah, they're gonna give the Wazari to Abdiev.
E-Blue Judo representing Mongolia.
And I think that is the correct way to do it. It was a nice continuous action and Chetouan clearly landed on his side, so it's a Wazari score now for Abdiev. So Abdiev really trying to move around Chetouan, but Chetouan coming up with a good attack as well. And now Abdiev trying to work away on the ground, but not a success yet. So both athletes come to the center of the mat again and need to get a good grip before they can continue the contest. So Chetouan is quite dangerous with those right-sided Ochigaris. So although Abdiev is leading with a Bazari score, it's really still an open contest. So another right-sided technique coming from Chetouan. Both athletes take quite long in this contest to come to a good grip. But in the end they do, and now they can start again. Nice right-sided Seonage coming from Chetouan. He's really pushing forward. Ooh, that looks dangerous for Chatuan there, almost going over for the second time. And now trying something in Newaza, but almost ending up in Osaikami against Abdiev. So that was looking dangerous for Chatuan. So I'm not sure why it's taking so long in this contest before they get a good grip. It really takes out the pace of the contest. And it's another right-sided Seonaga. I think that was a really good attempt, just not enough for a score. But Chetuan looking dangerous here. And now again trying to work in Newaza. So again, the referee is making sure that they have a correct grip before they will start. That was a really nice action from Chetuan, taking Abdiev to the back and scoring Ebazari as well. So it makes the score all even now. So in VI Judo, of course, they have to grip before the Ajime, and there is some rules to that. So you have to have both feet in the same place in a straight line. You cannot be with one foot forward, and your arms need to be bended, and there needs to be some sort of classic grip. So one on the lapel and one on the sleeve. And if both athletes are happy with that, then it will just start the fight. So Abdiev trying to go over the top of Chetuan, trying to go to the right side, but not succeeding. So we're gonna see a nice action from mat number 2. Ooh, Onur Dastan throwing over his opponent. Here another right-sided technique from Abdiev. Just not strong enough on the way down, so no score for him. So who's gonna win this contest? It's still 26 seconds left. Ooh, that was almost a score coming from Chetuan. So it's still 18 seconds left on the clock. Both have a Wazari on the board. And it can really go either way. Right-sided Seonage, but no score yet again for Chetuan. So it's now gonna be a first penalty here on the board for Abdiev. Just being a little bit more passive than Chetuan. I think they've both been attacking and trying to attack. It's just a small difference between Chetuan and Abdiev. So it's a golden score here now, and Chetuan is still pushing forward, trying to move and giving some good attacks. And Abdiev now coming forward with the right-sided technique, just not strong enough, and easily defended by Chetuan. So it's another right-sided technique here. Just falling down Abdiev after he came up with that technique. I think he is lacking a little bit of physical strength to really pull through. And the first Wazari he made, he still was in the beginning of the contest. So Chetuan looked a little bit more controlling in this contest, but still it's a Wazari each on the board. Right-sided Seonage, and that's gonna be all it. And it's a Chetuan in the end that managed to come up with the second Wazari. It took a while for him. I think he was the better athlete in this contest at least. And he just goes through to the next round. So here you have it, right-sided Seonage. And Abdiev landing on his side. Well, with that said, it will be nice to see if we can switch to mat number 1 to watch the semi-finals of the under 90 kilogram category of J2 athletes. So actually here we're gonna have one of the few number 1 seeds who is still in the race for a gold medal. I think we still have 3 number 1 seeds left. And the rest all lost, so it doesn't say so much.
Semi-final. J2 main under 90 kilogram category. In white judogi representing France. Elios Lachumanaya. In blue judogi representing Germany. Daniel Corral.
So for this first semi-final in the under 90 kilogram category, we're gonna watch the #1 seed Elios Lachumania of France. He will be wearing the white judogi and he is facing Daniel Rafael Goral of Germany. And Goral will be wearing the blue judogi here. So Goral is a bit newer to the scene, but he's also a really good athlete, beating Schubert and Canizzaro in the last 2 rounds. But it's gonna be another task to beat Lachumania, the current bronze medalist of the last Paralympic Games. So Goral straight away tries to come in with a right-sided technique. Wow, that was a huge throw. And Goral is even giving a smile because it was really one amazing throw. Left-sided Morote Seanage. And Lachumani is just so strong with that and completely thrown over. I think that might be the throw of the day today. And Lachumania is the #1 seed and he's into the final here.
Lachumania goes to the final. Representing Germany, Daniel Corral will compete for the bronze.
Üçlemeden yerlere konuldu. 90'lar ötesel dönüş. Hazırlıklar Gürcü ise Gürcistan. Rakibi gösteride Sakir Kısmı.
So we have another really good semi-final coming up.
Next contest. Semi-final J2 main under 90 kilogram category. In white judogi representing Georgia, Sirat Gogochuri. In blue judogi representing Brazil, Marcelo Casanova.
So here in white judogi is Sviat Gogochuri of Georgia, and he is facing Marcelo Casanova of Brazil, who is wearing the blue judogi here.
In blue from Ukraine, Yuri Marchenko.
So mat #2, there's also some semi-finals taking place in the over 100 kilogram category. And I will try to keep you updated about that one as well. Here Gogochuri is putting a lot of pressure on Casanova right from the start. And it's gonna give Casanova a penalty for dropping on the floor without any action. So it's a nice first advantage for Gogochuri. So I think you can see here again that there's a difference in physical strength. Gogochuri is a really strong athlete, and Casanova is struggling a bit with that. So he's clever with that footwork. He can actually throw left and right. So he will just find the hole, find some space to enter for a good technique. So Gogochuri really pushing forward here. And Casanova here trying another technique, but just basically escaping the pressure of Gogochuri. And he will need to change his game a little bit if he wants another chance. And on mat #2, Araujo just beat Marchenko, so he's in #1 seed who made his way to the final. So Gogo Churi is just putting on the pressure on the left and the right side, and Marcelo Casanova is really struggling. Not sure if he has an answer for the...
The #1 winner of the semi-final in white jersey from Georgia, Gogo Churi. Gogo Churi goes to the final. Casanova, Brazil.
So we just saw Gogo Churi win his contest between Casanova. Casanova picking up a third Judo and just really not having an answer on the strength of Gogo Churi. So it's gonna be a really good final, I guess, between Gogo Churi and Latsumania. But here we have another semi-final coming up. And the crowd is already on their feet because one of the home favorites is gonna fight here in this semi-final. So here on the white judo gi, it's Jason Grandry of France, and he is facing home favorite Ilham Zakiev of Azerbaijan.
The #1 next contest is the charge J2 men under 90 kg category. This is the #1. In white judo gi from Ukraine, Alexander Nazarenko. In blue judo gi from Italy, Simone Canzaro.
So Zakiev is a really strong and big athlete. You can see there's a small weight difference or some weight difference between Grandry and Zakiev. And Grandry is good with makikomis, but it's hard to throw Zakiev with that. So referee John Rijmakers is actually collecting these back numbers. So sometimes they're not sticky enough, so they will fall off. So Zakiev putting some pressure on Grandry, but not attacking, so either of them needs to come up with a good attack. So the referee here is gonna give both athletes a Judo and hopefully motivate them to come up with a good technique. So here it's a really good effort coming from Zakiev. Right-sided technique, just not making it, but I think he feels that there's an opportunity there. Ooh, that was a really nice movement from Grandry. And that is really well done by Grandry. I would not expect that. I think Zakiev looked quite strong here. So with 2 minutes in this contest, almost half the contest time gone, and it's Grandry that's leading with the Vasari score. And he is a clever athlete. He knows he doesn't, well, he cannot really come with some big techniques that will be taken over by Zakiev, so he needs to play it smart. And Zakiev is having some trouble with Grandry, also because Grandry just keeps moving around, and Zakiev doesn't really like that. So Zakiev will have to come up with an attack soon. Still, he has 1 minute and 20 seconds, but that time can be over quite soon. And now he comes up with this Sutimi technique, but it gives Grandry some good time to work in Newaza. So only a minute left for Zakiev to come back and try to beat Grandry on his way. So the crowd is really cheering Zakiev's name, and they're really hoping for a final here for him. But Grandry will try to defend on his Vasari now, so it's gonna be hard for Zakiev to really come up with a good technique. Ooh, that is looking good from Zakiev. And he throws Grandry on his side. That's amazing. With only 30 seconds left, it's an even score again. And it gives Zakiev some time to work in Newaza. I'm not sure if he's really going to engage in that. So that evens out the score again. So the score is all even between these two athletes. 16 seconds left on the clock, and we might see a golden score here between these two. And to decide who will be the finalist of this World Championships. So Zakiev is tired, but he can still come up with some techniques, even if he looks quite drained. But Grandry is doing a really good job here and keeps moving against Zakiev. So a really good attempt coming from Grandry, but here you can see the problem. He is a good Makikomi but it's so hard to throw over Zakiev. So I think it was a perfect timing, good and strong technique, but I think the weight differences just is too big for Grandry.
Representing France, Cyril Junad. In blue judogi representing Kazakhstan, Balujan Arstanbekov.
So last attack came from Grandry and it was a good one, but now both are moving forward again. And let's see who can come up with the next good attack. Again, it's Grandry. This time a little bit poorer. I think Zakiev knows what's coming now. But nevertheless, it's Grandry who comes up with some good attacks. And you can see here that Zakiev is looking tired and he's going to pick up his second Judo for passivity. And that's, I think, the biggest threat for him. I don't think the biggest threat for him is being thrown over by Grandry. It's more that he needs to stay active. So both have a good grip again. And it's another good attack coming from Grandry. So even if Zakiev would push him over, officially that's not a score. And because it's not a technique, so Zakiev will really have to come up with something himself. So Zakiev has the two Judos. He cannot afford another mistake. And I think Grandry is just doing the perfect thing. He keeps moving around. But Zakiev is really starting to look for a good attacker. And here again he comes in with a Sutemi, but this time it wasn't too strong. He lost the grip quite quickly. So it is a good attack from Zakiev and it keeps him alive, but no real threat here. And unfortunately we cannot really see what's happening here. But I'm assuming that Grandry is strangling, trying to strangle Zakiev. He just is not succeeding. So Zakiev has a strong right-handed grip. He just needs to try to do something with that, and Grandry is doing the perfect thing by moving around. And it's another attempt coming from Zakiev. This time I don't think this is the best way to go for him. He needs to put on more pressure on the top of Grandry to make that successful. So already 2 minutes and 26 seconds into this golden score, it's proven to be a really tough battle for these athletes. And I'm wondering who's going to be the first one to come up with a good attack. But we know that Zakiev... Ooh, that's going to be it. He needed one good chance, and this time he did put a lot of pressure on the top. And it's really amazing to see Zakiev back in the final once again. But I have a lot of respect for the effort of Jason Grandry. He did really well, and I think if you look at the weight difference, he basically did everything right in this contest, but he couldn't stop this attack, unfortunately, for Grandry. So, but I think this is the closest Grandry got to beating Zakiev here. He's doing really well. So with this semi-final finished, let's take a look at mat number 3, with still the semi-finals going on in the under 90 kilogram category for J1 athletes. And Cyril Jonard here is leading with a Rosari, and he is facing Bauerzan Arstanbekov of Kazakhstan in blue. And I think Jonard is one of the surprises of today, honestly.
The coming through this contest, Montage, J1 weight over 90 kilogram category. He wanted to be representing Greece. Kyriakos Papadopoulos. Individually representing the country of Moldova, Jon Basov.
So Arstanbekov just received his final penalty, and it's Cyril Jonard who we will see in the final today.
The number 3 mixed contest longest semi-final, J1 men under 90 kilogram category.
Ultime partie del Commentated Sant'Arno di Final. Aujourd'hui, Daniel Poel. Bleu d'Italia. Aujourd'hui, Italia.
So here for the second semi-final, we're gonna see Daniel Powell in the white judo gi, and he will be facing Valerio Romano Teodori of Italy in blue. So it's an interesting contest. I think Powell is a little bit newer to the scene actually, but both are really good athletes, and I'm really curious to see who will be in the final today. So the referee is making sure that they both have a good grip, and before they can start the contest. So Powell working really nicely with his feet, but unfortunately both athletes wandering off the mat area, so the referee needs to make sure they're back in the center of the mat before they can continue. So both coming up with some nice attacks. Left-sided Uchimata from Teodori taken over by Powell here. And now Powell is trying to go for a Shimiwaza, but he lost the grip quite quickly. So really there's a lot of movement in this contest, but they are struggling to come in with a really big attack. So I think Powell is waiting a little bit more for the attacks of Theodori and trying to take over. So it's going to be a Judo for each athlete here. And although they look really active, so they keep moving around and try to come up with some leg work, but they don't come up with some big techniques. That's why they both pick up a Judo here.
Presenting to the winner, individually representing the Republic of Moldova, Human Muscle.
So Powell working on the feet quite nicely. Powell is really trying to work on the feet, but he does need a bigger attack than that. And here he tried to come in, but well stopped by Powell.
Last charge on the number 2. J1 middle 90 kilogram heavyweight. So the number 2, E1 Judo. Representing Netherlands, Daniel Knecht. E2 Judo. Representing Turkey, Montage.
So Theodori needs to step up his game here, because he is on 2 Shidos already, and also Powell has the Rosari on the board. So Powell, I think, is doing quite a good job, and he prevents Theodori really to come up with a big attack. But I don't think this is completely over it yet. Here Theodori comes again with a good technique, but Powell takes the win here by taking over Theodori again. So it's quite a surprising final here, I think, between Cyril Jonar and Daniel Powell. So on the mat now are Arthur Cavalcante da Silva, the number 1 seed here today, and he's facing Abderrahmane Chetouan of Algeria. And it's Cavalcante that's leading with a Wazari score here. For sure he will do everything to try to win a bronze medal here today. I think he's close to a hold down here. And not sure if that was already for 10 seconds. So I think the referees on the side will need to check if it was just on the 10 seconds that he got out, or if it was in 9 seconds, because it's a big difference between a Wazari or no Wazari. So let's check out the throw of Tastan, throwing Knecht right on his back here. It's a nice combination of moves here. So here it was just not enough for a second Wazari score.
Dostlar bugün final yarışları saat 17'de başlayacak. Unutmayalım ki Azerbaycan limançısı İlham Zeki finaldadır. Ona göre desteği çok acil.
So I think Chetouan is doing really well today. He is a tough athlete to compete against. But Cavalcante is the number 1 seed. He's leading with the Wazari here. But he might be in danger at some point. So it was a really good attempt coming from Chetouan, but nicely taken over by Cavalcante, and he will be fighting for the bronze medal later today. I think it's a really good result for Chetouan. He did really well today. He can pick up a 7th place in his World Championships. He picks up quite some important points in the qualification for the Paralympic Games in Paris, which is in a little bit less than 2 years' time. So we have another contest coming up. It's the last contest of the morning block. So for this last contest in white judo gi here is a former Paralympic champion Antonio Tenorio da Silva of Brazil, and he is facing Zakir Mislimov of Azerbaijan in the blue judo gi. So Da Silva's putting quite some pressure on Mislimov, you can see, and the first attack comes from him. And he will try to work a little bit in Newaza, but there's no serious threat there to Mislimov. So it's a good Sutami attempt coming from Mislimov here. Also no scores, but it was looking quite good for him. But it gives again Da Silva some time to work in Newaza. I'm not sure what Da Silva is pointing out here. So apparently he's convinced that Mislimov tapped out there. But for sure, if that was the case, then the referees on the side will check it. It's another Sutami here of Mislimov, but not so effective this time. And it gives Da Silva some time to work in Newaza, and he's doing a really good job here. Actually, he's holding down Mislimov now. And that is really strong Newaza from Da Silva. So really well, good Newaza skills from Da Silva, and we will see him later in the final block for a bronze medal. And this fight really concludes the morning block here. And some really exciting things happens. I think only 3 number 1 seeds made it through to the final. One of them is Alana Maldonado. She is really in top shape, and I think no one is stopping her for world title. But maybe Ulukam has to say something about that, of Turkey. What otherwise really was a good category was the under 90 kilogram J1 with 2 surprising finalists. Cyril Jonard. He was a former Paralympic champion a long time ago, but he just came back. And Daniel Powell is, I think, having a good day in his career and being the other finalist. What otherwise is got some attention is that Azerbaijan these 2 days, they have no final spots yet until Ilham Zakiev made it happen. So he's just the one finalist from Azerbaijan and their only chance for gold in the individual tournament. So for sure he will really try to get that goal today for the home team. I want to thank you for watching this morning, and hope to see you back at 5 p.m. local time for the final block. Bye bye.
First time in Azerbaijan World Championship in Para-Judo. Judoists from more than 40 countries will test their power at Heydar Aliyev Sports and Concert Complex on the 8th, 10th of November. The road to Paris goes through Baku. 2022 IBSA Judo World Championship Baku. Triumph of the Spirit.